Oh, wait a second. Just forgot like, the entire point of this. So I wanted this to be like a group instance world. And that is like the one thing I did not set up. Dang it. Alright. Groups. Or not groups. Worlds. Make sure I can chat here real fast. Hello. Start that window. There we go. Alright. And now I'll actually open up the group instance here. I'm actually expecting anybody to join us. Just stay for the and we'll do group plus for now. Voice acting? I thought I like double check to make sure that oh, there it is. Yep, okay. I like wasn't seeing the other mic there before. For some reason. Of course I'm blind when I check stuff before starting the stream. Okay. Now let's see. Okay, so we still have the camera. Let's position this. Whoop, whoop. That. Okay. Now let me also redo the music. There we go. All right. Yeah, I muted the second mic that was on, so that should all be good now. Alright, let's actually get into the coding aspect of things. Might actually... One second. I'm gonna attempt to force a higher bitrate on the Steam stream so I can actually see the code. Let's see. Steam Link. Turn up the encoded video size. A little bit better. I might also have the text smaller than normal. That should be easier to read for the stream as well. Alright, so where are we at? Here, let me like myself a little bit more in the center of this. Hand tracking, movement, zoom. Okay, so yeah. Where were we? What does constant do before a function block? Okay, so const makes the this pointer, so like the thing that is secretly appended to every single member variable and member function call, it makes this a constant pointer, so you can only call other functions labeled const. That's what that does. It means it can't actually affect the state of the class that it's called on. So usually you put that on like data retrieval or comparison classes and whatnot. Let's see. Right. To kind of bring you guys up to speed, because it has been a hot minute since I've streamed. Kind of show you guys where we're at. I haven't actually made as much like visual progress as I would have liked, but I do have material assets working now. So once this finally loads, blew air. Yeah, there's my debug UI. Alright. I need to like make this window actually remember which window it was opened on. That would be a nice quality of life improvement. Anyway, so we can now actually... one of the reasons why materials took so long is because I did something fancy. And that fancy thing is... I made it so that a project can set default shaders and materials for the entire project. So yeah, basically whenever you create a new material, it will automatically use the default shaders of the project, and then the idea is that when I get around to adding in meshes, which potentially is what will get done on this stream, depending on like how long that takes. Then when you create that new mesh, it'll try to get the defaults. Now, let's say theoretically, and I'm going to close out the editor because it actually won't reload if I change the project. That is something that is yet to be done, but let's say I delete those defaults and also in here delete those default shaders. You have a whole custom protocol? It depends on what you're asking about, but the answer is probably yes. And then we restart this again. Why no pop-up? Did I break pop-ups this early? Anyway, if we run it again, now that we've deleted those defaults, I can show you the really cool part, which is that if you create an asset and you don't have any defaults in the actual project, oh yeah. That's like another refactor I did a little bit later, a little bit ago, where I made it so that asset IDs can support custom protocols, or different protocols. Because before, the way that I was handling everything is just raw TCP sockets, so that is technically my own custom protocol. So I just made that like more apparent by making the asset IDs like have that format of like that is the asset ID for something stored with the Brane protocol, which is the custom one. Alright, so I'm gonna just delete this material and its metadata here real fast. And it's very inefficient right now, because what I have it doing is watching the file system, and then every time I watch the file system, I do a full reload of all the assets in the project. So you know how Unity has the loading bar every single time you make a change to an asset? Well, this is doing that, but every single time an asset is changed per like folder and everything. So if we go here, it's like, you see file system change detected, and then it does an entire walk of the file tree, and then file system change detected, and then it does an entire walk of the file tree. So it's gonna do this, like fair bit, but you see it's recreated the defaults folder, And like, this is a default fragment shader. No, this is default fragment shader. And also a default vertex shader as well. And it just automatically creates those shaders for you, instead of the previous workflow of having to go right click, create new, shader, fragment shader, and then vertex shader, and then right click, create material, a custom material. It now is able to just automatically create the custom assets. No geometry shaders, so I have some support for geometry shaders in the actual code base, but no, not any actual support for geometry shaders or compute shaders yet. In fact, like, right now in this current state of the project, like, I can't even load a model because I've nuked the entire, like, asset loading system. But we will have those. It will just be a little bit until we do. Alright, so the next thing I need to do, yes, that is the plan, is to use a simp. But the next thing we need to do is get the actual UI for a material ported over from the old system. Because right now, very obviously, that's a blank piece of UI. So we need to make it not a blank piece of UI. My binding's working. There we go. So let's just clean up this and go to data window. And display material data. So this is the code that we need to port over from the old system. All of this. And then here I want material views. I guess views H first. And then let's just get a different views file to copy from. So materials are implemented, just the GUI code that's missing. Material editor assets that have been re-implemented. Materials fully work in the runtime, like if I actually had a way to load in a mesh and everything. But we're refactoring how they work on the editor side of things. So all of this is like editor changes, not actual like increases to the capabilities of the engine itself. Better tooling, not necessarily better like actual runtime. Let's see. All I gotta do? Right. Let's do image views. H. I guess shader view would be the potential better one. Because we don't need any metadata views for materials, because we have a actual asset we don't need to. Is material views? Yeah. We'll just pragma once this. Include data view. And then we'll import editor so we actually get that pointer. Then I'm not gonna worry about those for now. We do want a material. How are you doing hand tracking while typing? Is it the actual hand tracking? Do you have some sort of controller on you? No, so I have a Quest 3 that I'm using over QuestLink, so this is like Quest 3 hand tracking. And then I have like a pair of controllers over here I can pick up if I really need them. The fun thing about QuestLink, or is it actually like is pretty aggressive about switching to hand tracking. So I like, if I'm actually trying to use controllers, it's like constantly trying to switch back over to hand tracking, which is like perfect for this use case, but usually very, very annoying. We need a material asset source here. And we actually need to rename this to be material source view. And to kind of, I guess, give context for how the UI is better for the new asset system. Before, what I was doing was every single asset type had its own function inside of the data view or data inspector window. I might rename this to inspector just so it's easier to for like Unity natives to switch over. But anyway, so the data window had a custom inspector like UI drawing function for every single different asset data thing. And now what I've refactored it to be, because it was before it was literally just focused asset, type, switch on the type, and then we have a different view for every single type. The problem is, editor side, we could have more types then get exported into a number of more like, you know, you thin down the number of types that are used in the actual runtime, but the editor can have a lot more sources for assets. So instead of locking editor assets one-to-one with runtime assets, instead now it's every time we focus an asset, I can show you this code here, there's this match v macro, which is essentially a match statement from Rust, but I got it working in C++. So when we load an editor asset, we do a match statement on the source, as well as a match statement on every single one of the metadata types. So for example, if we're loading in a GLTF, that GLTF has metadata for every single type of asset it exports. So there would be like a GLTF metadata for like images, GLTF metadata for meshes, etc., etc. So if we want to, we can spawn a UI view for each one of those individual metadata and like dynamically generate UI for that. So yeah, so you can see views in place back shader source view, and here we're going to add in place back material source view in the future. So this is just a lot cleaner way to actually create UI for those editor views. And then on the actual update loop, instead of doing this giant switch thing every time, we literally just where is it? Or do we even call that function anymore? No, we have the name. Ah, here it is. It's so small I missed it. This is where we actually draw all of our UI now, because it's calling the overloaded draw function on these classes. Yeah. All right. Now continuing with this, I think I only need a source view for now. Overloaded virtual functions. C# terminology in C++, my bad. Don't want vertical, let's do horizontal. And then we want this to be a material view, CPP. I'm not sure which one you're saying you prefer. Because, like, it can swing either way. Let's see. And then we want to import material source. Oh, material sources. Come on. Material views. Brane. Work with me here. So we need the material source view first. Oh wait. We need to change this. Yep, I try to keep the stream as low latency as possible, so that I can actually interact with people, because that's the fun part of streaming. Why would I stream if I didn't want to actually talk to the people listening? Hello, I see the test. And there's like a 10-second delay. I will say, like, I have like the different views up there and over there of the like chats on the stream. I actually see YouTube chats like 10 seconds before they pop up like on the visual indicator. So if I'm responding to messages from like a YouTube chat like far before it like even pops up on my stream as visible, like I can see them. The Twitch overlay is actually pretty fast though. It's about 1-to-1 with that. No latency. I wonder if that's something like moderation settings or something like that. Alright, so one thing we need to do is just source is source, but also we just initialize editor to that, and then we need to do, just realized I'm not actually consuming these results. I'll handle that in a second here though. So we actually error check correctly, which is important. Override. We don't need to override. We just need to make sure we say real source view here. Then we'll just return okay. Indeed, indeed. We've gone full degenerate. When you're struck by eye itchiness. Yeah. It's struggling, but it's holding on. Failure is not an option. Result. Yes. Now, this is where we actually port all of the UI to. Real quickly, before I do that, I need to scroll over here and... Oh. Just say if not raw res. Then we want to runtime. So we can do this as a warn. This stream might unironically be the best ad for the Quest 3 I've seen so far, just based on that. Oof. And yet, I'm doing marketing without actually getting paid to market. How much Meta struggles to actually market things well? They should be paying me. Resolution is almost there. Yeah. I would like it if it was like just maybe 20% higher resolution. That might also be because I'm like streaming this over Wi-Fi, so like I'm losing a little bit of bitrate on the screens. A fair bit of bitrate on the screens. Yes, that is done. Now we just need to port over the actual UI. What? Oh no, I guess this is it. Yeah, the index is very nice. I wish I still had it. Display material data. Copy. All of that. I wonder if I should do... I could do source views for the shaders. Because at the bottom of here, I think I write all of the properties for the actual shader. Yeah, see, because this is the shader. So one one change that I've made for the new asset system, and it isn't even necessarily a new asset system specific refactors. Oh, thank you for sticking around while you could. Wish you luck on whatever thing you're going off to do. See, how do I join the VRChat world? I can't seem to get it to invite me. So it is just there should be an instance in the VRChat group. So if you're a part of like the Brane Engine group, then you should be able to join. Because it should, yeah. Here, let me. Why can I like temporarily close the camera without actually like losing the position it is? Ah, whatever. So you should be able to see my viewpoint now. So if you go to like groups, I'm just in an instance inside of like the Brane group, which I've linked in the Discord. But yeah, so I have a link in the Discord, and also, like, I guess there's, like, the actual code for the group. Isn't it supporter only? At the moment, no. So, like, for regular streams, I'm not doing it lockdown supporter only. Like, eventually it will be, like, I have, like, a stream safe role in the group. Just because, like, if there's, like, hundreds of people tuning into the stream, I do want to, like, moderate who's actually in the instance with me, because, like, they'll be hearable over stream and whatnot. What am I doing with my... Oh, right, I was gonna set up the camera again. There we go. Oh, it did save its position. Nice. But then for the actual stream right now, I just have it set to Group Plus right now, so if you're in the group, you can join. As long as you, like, keep yourself stream safe, you know? Otherwise, I will have to kick you. Alright, so we already have the material. Oh. Hello.
Hello.
How goes?
Yeah, good, yeah. I forgot how massive I am.
Yep. I mean, this is a small avatar as well. I mean, but you are almost touching the ceiling, and this is like 2.5 meter tall room, I think? Yeah. Stream safe is like not saying slurs, and generally being, you know, a pleasant person to be around.
I think I am. On that map, yeah, I'm pretty good.
Might need to turn down, see which one of these buttons is the actual menu button. Oh right, that's the wrist one. There we go.
I haven't been keeping up too much with the development at the moment. Like, how far are you into it? I don't.
Right now we're still working mostly on, like, let's see. Mostly on, like, editor stuff, before we're working more on the runtime stuff. Still need to get the scripting language in, that's, like, the biggest blocker.
Yeah, the scripting language is the entire part of it, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
The whole thing that makes an engine, you know, work.
Yeah. So, like, after this refactor, it's right back to, working on the scripting language again.
Yeah.
The only reason, like, I'm actually working on the scripting language, not the scripting language, the editor instead of the scripting language, is because, like, I did a small sprint where I tried to get the engine working with Lua before Reality Hack, because, you know, it'd be cool to, like, have a Reality Hack submission built in the engine.
Course, yeah.
But that I ended up, like, getting sidetracked on this current refactor that I'm still not done with a month after Reality Hack. So
I mean, yeah, you know, I understand.
Yeah.
The most I've delved into game dev is, like, I was gonna try and make a game idea of mine in Unreal Engine, but it just was not working. Like, the idea was, you know, have like a open world procedurally generated. Yeah, have you played Astroneer?
I don't know if I have.
Alright, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, like, you know, procedurally generated. I was gonna try and use marching cues, but I could never get it to run fast enough.
I'm actually going to turn up your volume a little bit, because you're a little quiet for me.
Yeah, I probably don't have very good settings, honestly. I think this is the first time I've played VRChat in, like, actually, no, this is the second time I've played VRChat, I think. Because I don't really play VRChat very much.
It is an acquired taste. Alright, so where is asset select widget from? I do want to make there be a way to actually... Oh yeah, right, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna set up the this world to actually stream the stream, and then right. That's what I was gonna do. Here, 1 second. I'm going to actually Let me see if I can
Cool if you
hit
could
that.
get like, actually, yeah, could you get like the? Would it be possible to? I don't know if this is possible. Can you cast your like computer screen into VRChat? That'd be cool.
So it's like you have to have a restreaming server
Of
to
course,
actually
yeah.
cast your stream in.
Yeah,
But
so yeah, it had a lot of lag.
let's see. I'm going to throw this on the Twitch stream. So let me actually get the link for that. I think it's just Twitch and then my name.
Can I stay on that other time?
Yeah. So I'm gonna throw that in there. And then I'm going to like mute it for myself so I don't like heavy echo. So now
that would
you'll
be a
actually
bit
be able to
painful.
see what I'm doing in here.
Oh, that's nice. Wait, and is it live?
Yeah, it is live.
Yeah, I know, but like, is
at
it like
least
live or is?
yeah.
No. Yeah. Oh wow, yeah,
See,
it is.
dang. I'm like,
Yeah, I
hand tracking
can.
is not what you want to use sliders with here. We'll just controller this. There we
Can
go.
I see myself?
Yep. We can see how long the
I can't see
latency is
myself yet.
for the in-game video player. Um,
Hmm.
let's see.
Oh, there we go. There I am.
Yep. I wonder which one's lower latency, YouTube or Twitch. Because like on my end, like streamer side, they both look pretty matched up. Actually no.
It'd probably
It
be
looks like
Twitch's
Twitch's
low latency because Twitch is like built for streaming, whereas YouTube just kind of does it as a side hobby.
right. No, well, actually, I've had super low latency on Twitch. I mean not Twitch, YouTube.
Yes, I mean. Oh, okay, yeah.
Maybe it's like a YouTube. I mean, YouTube has like a lot of infrastructure.
It probably depends. Like, yeah, it also probably depends on like where you are, depending on like where the servers are and such.
Yeah.
If
Okay.
you're
What was
close
I
to a
gonna
server,
do?
then you
Right.
get
I
good
was
luck.
actually going to play the music locally. That way, it actually comes through to the. Yeah. There we go.
Commercial break in progress. But yeah, like the game I was gonna try and make was like so open world procedurally generated terrain, like Minecraft, but like not cubes.
Right.
And then I was gonna add like the Ni no Kuni magic system into it. Have you ever played Ni no Kuni or heard of that? But yeah, it's like a
Potentially here. I need
it's
to,
a
like,
magic
take my
system that
jacket
you
off,
have. You
'cause it's
actually
like
have to,
rubbing against my headphones when I like try to look at you.
Yeah, that's not that.
There we go.
I just use the inbuilt tab. Yeah, so like the magic system is kind of one where you have to like actually draw the symbols. So
Oh, like the rune magic system.
Yeah, exactly. Runes, yeah. And you find spells and so like, that'd be really cool, but I could never get the terrain to work at all. It would just like the times I got it to work, it would run so slowly, and I don't know anything about optimization.
I mean, the way to get better optimization is to just do it.
Yeah, I know, but like ADHD probably isn't the best for like actually doing stuff.
Right. And that thing has been on commercial break for a long time.
No, I think it's just the latency. Like now it's back.
Probably.
It was only 15 seconds.
Where is... Would be under widgets. Then asset select widget. Oh, there we go. It's back. I mean, if you are like a Twitch sub and don't have the supporter role in the Discord, music is way too loud. Okay. Have that like set to like super quiet, like locally. I can make it even quieter. There we go. What? Right, we're going to include the actual UI component. Better? Good. So, editor, then widgets, then asset select. So now we actually have the asset select widget. Yippee! Now let's. What's the anchor draw? Oh, it wants a reference to an asset ID. Okay. Need to restart my music. There we
Only I
go.
actually knew C++, like C sharp. Is this C sharp or is this C++?
This is C++. Yeah.
Yeah, like I should probably know that if I was trying to do something on Unreal Engine.
I mean, as long as it's not a interpreted language, generally you're good. C# is kind of like on this weird, like, half in between where it's usually very jitted. But I still would use something like Rust or C++, or even I think Zig is compiled as well as I think Odin is compiled as well.
Honestly, the only language I actually know well is Python.
Rip. Definitely don't use that one for an engine.
Hey, you know, it worked for a Doom thing I made. I converted Pac-Man to 3D using that Doom. I made Pac Doom.
I mean, Doom isn't the most demanding of things, so it probably can run in Python. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. There we go.
Oh, mirror. Oh, there's a mirror.
Yeah. There's the hidden mirror in the corner. And I'm thinking about making another, like, hidden button somewhere in this room to actually be able to get out onto, like, that platform back there.
What, out here you mean?
Yeah. Be able to get out of, like, the little viewing area.
Little box.
Yeah. Source, and then vertex shader. This is a little bit harder. I need to like write some custom UI stuff for actually dealing with tracked values for stuff. At the moment, it's very much like dang. Whatever word that is equals global. GIL, global interpreter logic. I think that's GIL. I don't know, the compression makes me not able to see that. Instead of
global interpreter.
For the vertex shader,
like locks it as an interpreter, not like a something else. No, I was just toying myself.
Yeah. All good. And then I believe if this returns true, it means it's been changed. So we'll say source vertex shader set. Then here's actually where we need to do. Look up Python of GIL. Being at C++ sometimes like wants to make me pull out my brain. Yeah, same to be honest. I mean, sometimes it's more readable than Rust, sometimes it's less readable than Rust. Yeah. Just wait till you see BraneScript in its final form. It's gonna be so much worse.
On release day, you should just like, just for the lols, instead of actually putting your brain script that you spent so much time developing on, just on release day, just put it as brainfuck. Put that as the script.
Oh, that would be that would be so much effort, but it would almost be worth it.
Just for the first day, right? And then you send it back to like what it's actually meant to be, and people can actually start doing stuff. Like
just the
it's
fork
so fun.
that is that.
Yeah,
Forever
yeah.
is that. Yeah. Wait, Rust is readable? I find Rust very readable. Not necessarily from like it's like small, but like I look at Rust and I can immediately tell what's going on. Like it's a very verbose language, which means like nothing of what it's doing is hidden, if that makes sense. Still sad Holy See doesn't have JIT. I am too. It would have been very funny to put Holy See in for like the reality hack sprint. The global interpreter log means that Python can only use one thread. Without GIL, it can use as many threads it needs. Oh joy.
Ah, that would explain some things actually. Fair enough, fair enough.
Source.
Right, yeah.
Oh wait, why am I rewriting this? What was I doing? Right, I wanted editor, not source. We want editor, action manager. Execute.
You know, I was like, this is some impressive, like, not analysis, but like, what's the word of like, you know, since when does Windows PowerShell provide this good, like?
Oh, it doesn't. This
feedback on your
is
code?
Vim.
Oh, this is Vim. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So this is a custom Vim
Vim,
config.
yes.
I put blood, sweat, and tears into like getting it to work at all.
Oh, fair
Is this
enough.
a
Then. Yeah,
function?
fair enough.
And it's not even like a super fancy one. It's still like pretty jank. I would not call myself a Vim master.
I use Vim over Nano, but like I don't use it for much. I just use it when I'm editing like things deep inside my kernel.
Right. Kernel editing. Wow.
Well, not deep inside, you know, just deep inside the innards of my, you know, systems.
Oh, okay. Like operating system development is. Wow.
No, I don't. No, I'm not doing that kind of stuff. I just mean like you know stuff like this, you know, in the thing. But you know, speaking of that though, why the hell are you using Windows?
Because it's what I think the majority of people are going to use the platform on, so I want to make sure it works there first. I know.
Fair enough.
I know.
That's a good point actually.
It does compile to Linux, and I was like a Linux first dev for like a hot minute. It's just like
yeah, of course, yeah.
So much VR dev stuff.
You make a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
You
fun
make a
as
good
it
point,
is
yeah.
to
Most
to
people are
just
going to be using Windows.
maybe when SteamOS is good enough, I can just switch there and never look back.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Eyes Arch, by the way.
Oh, do I need to pass in the actual editor asset here? I might need to pass in the actual editor asset here. Not that the reload is actually doing anything.
If only I actually knew what was going on in this guy.
Same. No. I kid.
Honestly, no, I completely understand you. I've just made this massive piece of code. Oh, damn it, it's not working. Oh my god, it's working.
Yep.
Why is it working?
The eternal battle of code.
Oh, of course.
I guess I don't need it to actually reload the material yet. I can come up with a better reload thing. Use of undeclared identifier. I am GUI. I can't let that.
But yeah, I mean, like, if you can get the editor working well, then, like, that's a very good way of, you know, getting loads of people interested, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Because, like, I suppose...
The editor is the primary thing,
Yeah.
I would think. Like, just what the developer experience is like.
I wouldn't say so. I'd say, like, other things like the scripting stuff, and I'd say that's more primary, but,
I
like...
mean, the scripting is part
for
of the
most
developer
people who are-
experience.
Yeah, but, like, what I'm saying, like, for most people, like, the editor is, like, what they can see. So I feel
Right.
like that once you have that done well, that would get so many people interested.
Yeah. And we'll also copy this code over here. You initialize properties. Wait, why am I initializing properties on this one? On the fragment shader? Aren't the material properties on the vertex shader? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
Honestly, when you're programming, who does?
I don't know.
Is there a programmer who does know what they're doing?
Potentially. If you do know, I'd like to speak to them.
Out of interest, what time zone are you in?
EST.
I don't know what that means.
The Florida. Eastern
Yeah, I still
coast
don't know.
of the
Okay,
US.
so I assume like GMT -4. I would assume then something like that.
Yeah,
Sounds about
it's like 10 a.m. here.
right. Yeah. What time is it for me? It is for me 11:10 p.m. I'm existing in, upside down place.
Ah, upside down place.
Mm-hmm.
Let's rename that one. Oh, I can't rename it because it's broken. Now here's something that I've been trying to stop doing in my code. Like here I have it as like editor project get editor asset, but I don't actually want to do get editor asset for any of these dependent assets because there's a potential that we're importing something from outside of the project.
Yeah, so you would probably prefer it to be get asset.
Yeah, just the regular asset manager is what I want to use here.
Yeah, but then you need to find a way to get the regular asset manager to know when to go and get something from the engine, and when to get something from.
Well, that's already a solved problem.
Engine.
Okay. Depending on the different binaries, I have different like asset loaders that I registered with the asset manager. So on the editor, it goes through and it like checks, is it in the cache? Okay, let's try building it from an editor asset, and then after all of that fails, let's try grabbing it from the network. So what's the formatting convention for function names in C++? Uppercase start or lowercase start? See, that's the problem with C++, is there isn't a standard. The most commonly used standard is the, and I apologize if there's like vacuuming coming through, there's like vacuuming right outside my door.
Maybe a little bit, but it's very quiet.
Yeah. In VR you should be able to hear it because it's like through the Quest mic. On stream I do have like denoising on it, so that should be fine. I might just sound a little bit more robotic than normal. But let's see. What was I saying? Right, asset manager. Yeah, asset manager, it can figure out where to get stuff. But this is like runtime assets,
that wasn't
not editor
what
assets.
you were saying was about the conventions in C++ with naming, I think.
Oh, right. Thank you. The most commonly used standard is the Google standard, and that does have like, that's like Pascal case for type names, and like, yeah, you start with a lowercase for functions and stuff like that. Potentially might actually change. There's potentially might merge code bases with another engine developer who's working on his own engine, the Geodesy engine. But he's like much more graphics focused, whereas I'm a lot more like runtime, like scripting and multi-threading focused.
I mean, that could go quite well then if you combine the two.
Yeah, it would potentially make stuff go like even faster than twice as fast.
Oh yeah. Because you'd be able to focus on what you actually got, what you guys know better.
Yeah. Another way for you not to move away from Java, I guess. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Java's just not very good though. Just like, you know,
Yeah.
why use Java? Like, you know, if you want readability and ease of developing, use Python. If you want something that's fast, use C++.
One second, let me allow
Java's
this
just
chat.
not
There
very
we
good
go.
at either.
he got his message auto-modded.
I don't think he's very happy. He's threatening to murder you, bro.
No, he's threatening to murder you. Because you're dissing Java right now.
Oh no. Don't kill me, please. I'm sorry. I swear I'm sorry. Don't kill me, please.
He's not sorry. He will do it again.
Oh no, I definitely will.
What was I? I'm just like randomly moving my cursor around here. What is my actual intention? What does this code do? Vertex shader, if shader, display shader attributes. Right, this is what I was gonna do. Potentially display the attributes that this shader. It is like shader source view stuff. So I don't know if I'm going to actually replicate this. Instead, I would have it so like people could go look at the actual shader themselves. Yeah, here's the display shader attributes. So this is like all the inputs, buffers. Yeah, this is debug info you can get elsewhere in the system now. Which means, what's this sampler index? Where do I have? Do I have references to that anywhere, or is that a variable that does not matter? It's a variable that doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about these. I can just nuke all of that. Actually, wait a second. What's this material change property? Never mind.
That's weird. Just turn on hand tracking. Like in VRChat, it's like it's attached to hand via a bunch of rubber bands.
Yeah. Latency is interesting. Okay. We don't need to worry about vertex shader. Apparently, I thought it was vertex shader I was passing all the properties to. But apparently it's the fragment shader that I was passing all the properties to. Or thinking that I was passing all the properties to. Like material data properties. Oh, this is material data. So this doesn't really need to be specifically the fragment shader.
So out of interest, how did you learn to do all this?
I said I wanted to, and then just like learned how to do it by trying to do it.
Fair enough. But I mean, do you have like any like first basis of understanding, and like where do you get that?
I mean, I've been coding since like I was 7-ish. I would say that like I did learn a fair amount off of like Khan Academy's coding courses when I was younger. And then like from there I found like the Nature of Coding book that they based all of that off of. When I switched to that, that's like the basis for a lot of like my game dev math understanding. But after that point, it's like a lot of self-taught. Then I did get like 2 years of college that were like computer science. But that was like reiterating on the basics mostly. The Nature of Code, which I believe is publicly available online. Let's see, the Nature of Code. Yeah. So this book. So you can read all of this online. It uses processing, which is actually yeah, that's Java. So like it like brings you through everything, and this is like long before like AI was a
of course.
like super hot topic. But they do teach you how to like evolve neural networks from scratch in here too. It's like a very, very simple.
Oh, that's fun.
But like it like kind of builds you up from like
simple.
Here's like vectors, forces, how like particle systems work, all the way up to here. Let's make like let's simulate an ecosystem. I never got that far into the book. I mostly like focused on like the forces and trying to make my own physics systems.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do most of the time as well. Like, I'm in class, I'm meant to be actually doing something, but I just end up making my particle system.
But yeah, so if you want to like get through everything to like being able to do ecosystem simulations, it's a good book. Let's parse out what this code here is trying to do. Joey, so I'm just going through for every single type this could be, and I'm doing a custom UI element for each one of them. Ideally, I would have utilities for all of this, but that's something I want to code right now, or do I just want it working so I can be done with this giant refactor? I think I just want to be done with the giant refactor. So we're going to is it the I guess it is the vertex shader. Not the vertex shader, the fragment shader. I guess we'll change this to reflect that. Oh, this is the H file. I just got thrown off by the serializer. We want this to be
a bit more of a reasonable size now.
And shader? Oh yeah. Actually, it hasn't loaded for me yet, but it looks.
No. Although, no, it's still pretty big, just not as big as before. Oh my god,
I'm gonna.
The feet.
I'm gonna do an experiment.
Strength in the wires there.
See, can I set group roles? Oh wait. So, I mean, the only way you would be able to join us if you are in the Brane group. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I found it pretty easily once I actually knew I was meant to join the group.
Right, yeah. I'm just seeing if I can manage group roles on a person by selecting them. Okay.
Who are you trying to manage?
I'm trying to manage you.
Bro, why are you managing me?
Don't worry about it.
That's not comments at all.
Okay, maybe you're only able to manage it from the website. Basically, I'm just trying to give you like the stream safe role. You seem chill.
Okay.
So like in the future, if I do have to lock down streams, you'd still be able to get in.
Fun.
I think I can only manage it from the website, so we're just gonna log in.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Let's see, it's a scroll moment, so.
Fingers. I have fingers.
Now, if this page will load, VRChat server's not working right now.
That's not great.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Right now I do just have it as a group instance, but I'm like prepared to lock it down if it does get out of hand. For now, it's fun.
Oh my god, the hand controls are so weird.
They are a little wonky.
Oh my god, this feels absolutely sickening.
I was actually talking to like one of my XR designer friends, and he made the way that he described like how you make controls to make it so that people don't get motion sickness is there has to be like intentionality behind movement. So like one reason like you might not get as sick with like joystick locomotion is because like there's a high amount of intentionality. Like
Obvious.
you know if like I push it this way, exactly where you're gonna move. Whereas with the hand tracking, it's like harder to actually determine where you're gonna move. So like there's less intentionality behind where you're moving, and there's like that disconnect there, or like dysphoria of like where you're moving.
Yeah, it's the same how like most people who have like motion sickness in cars don't get motion sick if they're driving.
Yeah. Because you are the one in control of the things. Let's see if this page finally loaded. It like half loaded. Not loaded enough.
Yeah, there's only really been 2 games where I've ever felt sick in VR. One was Hyperbolica, and the other was the like the Spider-Man simulator.
Like the VRC Spider-Man simulator, or the actual like official game? Because I remember there being an official game.
I don't know. I don't think it's official game. It's like I don't know what it's called. Let me have a look.
Okay, so for this,
yeah, it's called Untangled.
okay.
I don't think it's official.
Oh wait, I did mean that.
Honestly, it's a real shame that SteamVR doesn't work on Linux though. It's very annoying how
it does kind of work on occasion. Like I got Beat Saber to at least boot.
Yeah, but I know, but like they just outright, at least with Steam Link, like the online, you know, via Wi-Fi, they just outright disable that if you're on Linux.
Oh.
Like if you're on Linux and you try to use the Steam Link to cast your headset, it just says, no, it's not available on this computer. This computer's on Linux. It doesn't work with Linux. Which, you know, seems a bit stupid because it's Linux. The people who are using Linux are going to want to fix it themselves.
Right. Maybe the Deckard will fix everything. True. Deckard fixes all.
It's going to be incredible. The day when that releases, I'm going to buy it so fast.
5 months.
Well, actually, probably not.
No.
But Valve is the best company that exists. Change my mind.
There have been attempts, but they still stand as a pretty consumer-friendly company.
Yeah. And I mean, like, a lot of people say that they're really not dev-friendly, like, they're absolute, like, terrible, like, you know, for developers. But, like, they're really not.
They're really good for consumers. For developers, it's just like they lack documentation a lot of the time. But if you have a contact, I've heard the contacts are very
You know, but I mean, like, a lot of people complain about how much they take, like how much money
Oh,
they
like
take from the
like
revenue.
the 30% cut? Isn't that like the standard though?
Well,
Which, like,
not
to
for
be
other
fair, is
stores, but
pretty
like, but yeah, like, you know, Steam is the place to buy a game,
good. Right.
and like for all the like they provide you servers if you want them, like for free as far as I know.
Oh,
As
wait,
long as
really?
like, you know, I think like they don't provide you servers, but like if you set up your game properly, I think just they use their servers to host your game. Like if you have games that are
I think they provide like
like,
matchmaking for if you're doing peer-to-peer.
maybe.
I
Yeah, I know,
do
but, like,
remember
so,
them
yes.
having an API for that.
But like some games have like, you know, you can just join directly to another player. I think they manage that. Like they manage
Yeah.
all
That's the peer-to-peer matchmaking.
yeah.
Because you need like an in-between server to make the initial connection so you can do map punch through stuff.
Yeah, like for all the stuff Valve provides and Steam, they're really not that bad.
What? I guess they aren't a megacorp, they've kept themselves kind of small. But yeah. They have had
It'd be a
many
terrible game when
chances
they
to
go
become
public.
much worse than they are.
Oh yeah. I think yeah, it's because they're still private. You know that they don't, you know, they don't have like they don't have, you know, investors, I suppose, telling them what to do.
Yeah. All this just... I'm gonna change this back to properties.
Is this like the thing that manages all our lights?
Hmm?
I cannot control this for the life of me.
Oh, you mean like the audio link thing? Yeah. So that's for
This-
like if you have audio synced stuff on your avatar. There's something I want to do for this one, like have circuit board traces like light up in like
Oh, that would be
to the
cool.
music, like have pulses going down it. Yeah.
That would be really cool. Whoa, that's a weird focus, isn't it? That. Can you see that? Like, there's like for me, there's sort of like an invisible line there, like just above the microphone in my image. It's very faint. It's very hard to tell, but it is there. Like just above the microphone. Like, if you draw a line up the microphone, it's like there. You might not be able to see it. I think it's like a visual effect from the headset itself, maybe.
Maybe.
Or like the way VRChat interacts with it. That's weird.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing or what. I guess what microphone are you referring to? Because I
Like the microphone symbol thing that appears in your
oh the
vision
microphone
when you
symbol
are
thing.
speaking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have that artifact.
Maybe it's to do with the symbol. A person.
Indeed, a person.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you guys all so small?
They're just
Because
big.
Small avatars are fun. Do you literally have a Java avatar?
Yes.
A what avatar?
Java, the scripting language.
Oh no. Oh,
It's not
yeah.
a scripting language.
It's not a scripting language. It is a programming language, but like,
That's JavaScript.
It's not a good one.
It's interpreted.
Not interpreted, it's compiled and then it's interpreted.
no, it is compiled, but it's just not a good one.
Well, it's compiled to a bitcode that's
Depends on the
running at
case.
runtime.
But like, why not? Like, if you're gonna have something that's compiled, why not go for something fast, like C++?
Because that person's brain.
Honestly, Java hurts my brain. I haven't bothered to learn it. Most I did of Java was when I did a little bit of modding in Minecraft, like 7 years ago.
11.
Are you pixelated?
Oh, I don't know. Do you...
Oh, it's probably not a Quest compatible avatar.
Oh, right. That's interesting though. That's an interesting artifact though.
It's
yeah.
it's called an imposter.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
imposter
the
system
ray
is really
tracing
cool.
algorithm, whatever it is, that tells where it. Yeah, that's interesting. That's cool.
Move the camera to it. Ah, I didn't want to do that. Ah, hand tracking! Do I have to like pinch like that to be able to hold this without? No. We just use controllers. We just do this. They're the people's.
What are you doing to the camera?
I'm flying it around.
Get back here, you! I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna get you, bro. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get. Get back here! Get back here! Get back here! Get back here! I'm gonna get you. Where'd you go?
Through the wall.
That's not allowed. You can't go through the walls. Get back here!
This is far too much fun. Sorry, I'm just
Bro,
like.
I can't control this with the finger controls. This is not.
I'm just like drop this in a corner.
Why don't you have controllers?
What are you doing to that thing? Oh, I'm muted. Yeah.
Triangling the camera.
Wait, I'm like, dude, if you guys are doing the ones doing most of the talking, you guys should be the ones that are seeable.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna hop off soon. It's like, what time is it for me? It's like 11:40.
That's generally a healthy decision.
What time is it for you out of interest?
16:30.
Alright.
It's back to like, in my controllers. That's why I picked them up.
I think I'm gonna hop off now anyway.
Alright.
Yeah.
It's fun though.
Adios.
Thanks for hopping in. Yeah. There we go. Alright, where was I? Right, we were trying to get properties working. It is fun. Do I... No, I don't need a lock on the... Oh, I got muted. There we go. I am unmuted now. Right, so... Properties. I think I should be safe to iterate over these with a lock on the properties. object. Because there's a mutex inside of all the track properties, so I have to be a little bit careful about how I access them. The value, but like the individual values themselves, setting them shouldn't be a problem if we have this locked. I'm able to do a switch on the prop. Height? Call this like the prop to differentiate them a little bit more. Then let's see what do I have in here? Paper variable data. Okay, so this is a class that I have control over. Okay, I'm not importing a value type from somewhere else. I think I only support a couple of these. Like, I think I'm only doing int float and a couple others.
What are these data types for the uniforms?
Yeah. So the way that I do material properties is, guess, do I have it open still? I do, very conveniently. Is I have this macro that sets up a binding to a material properties like uniform, and then you can put whatever properties or values into here that you want, and the idea is that I automatically find these when I compile it using GLSLang or GL slang, whatever the name of that library is, so that these automatically show up in the inspector and you can set them and stuff.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I don't think I want to do it with that particular type. I think that type is only for me figuring out
What am I called
specific
for?
value. This value is a variant, so I think I can just be on this. Then we just need to do it for every single one of the value types. Actually, no. Prop value. Oh, it went to the wrong value definition. I think it went to the wrong value definition. Maybe I need to do. There we go. That's the right thing. So now we just need to define a overload for each one of those. Just do CV for current value. Put this into a comment. Just to remind myself what types I need to actually find. We'll do that real fast here. Actually, I want a comma in there. Then, how many types do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, no, it'd be int first? Yeah. Int. Float. BLM. Back 2. BLM back 3, and BLM back 4. Guess that one's extraneous. And the match is happy now. That means we have all the overrides that we want. So now we just port these over. At least the logic of them. This is the current value. Don't need. This isn't JSON anymore, so we can just do name. I believe that we actually need standard lib mention. Just do that. Notice my wing is covering my face, so I'm just gonna like. Oop. Come on, controllers. That will probably be better. A little bit. Okay. So now if item is edited after edit, we want to do rack prop set non-static render function. We can do no, it does need to be. Function is not marked constant. Currently this returns a constant lock. I guess I can make a non-constant version of this function, but it's a little bit dangerous because then people could manually mess with the vector. But I guess I am people, so I just have to remember, like, oh, this is a tracked vector. We don't manually edit the tracked vector. And that should solve the constant problem. You know, technically set should be constant. Actually, I prefer Rust's mutability rules for stuff like constants, because they work a little bit better for situations like this. But here, we'll just say, I think we just pass CV back into it. What do I do here? Prop index value, yep. Do material asset source prop bar right. So I actually need to make a copy of the property. Then I say reference. If I do reference, that might change it. Don't like the vagueness of that though, so we'll just say prop value is equal to CV or BC. I'm not going for funding right now. And then set that to the new property. Because I don't have prop var as a tracked object in itself. So the entire thing is a tracked value. So we're just like replacing the structure every time. Just fine. I put like the name string into a shared pointer, so it shouldn't be like too expensive memory wise or copy wise. Hopefully. Not the cleanest, but it will work. Now I'm real quickly, since I keep using it, going to quickly auto am is equal to editor action manager, which is it a reference? Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure to define that that's a reference. Action manager, and then in here we just do am dot execute action. Yeah, so to kind of explain what's going on here, when I call the set function on one of these properties, it doesn't actually set the value. Instead, it constructs a editor action that can both set and revert the value, and then that gets sent into the editor action manager, which is essentially the undo system. So anytime I do editor action anytime I do execute action like this is registering a particular action with the undo system. So yeah, this is an undoable thing. And also redoable thing. Alright, so Boolean is done. The next we do float. The most important thing is drag float. I'm going to probably drop that into a lot of these. Oh wait, this is int. For some reason I had float. It's probably just drag int. Yep. And then we just... Actually, there is no higher thing. We just do that. And we're done. Which means I can probably copy this over, and then just have this be drag float. Is there a third value for drag int though? No. So I don't want to set the speed at which drag int drags to a decimal value, because that doesn't really make sense. So let's see how we implemented vec3. I guess vec2 first. Is we get the value, and then we just do drag float 2 and pass it in as a pointer to a float. Then here we just do current value. Nice. Then we can do the exact same thing for that. And that's the last bit of code I need to actually
The
copy.
VRChat instance got an ad.
Indeed, it does. Does it actually like show the ad for you? Because for me, it just says ad break
No,
in
it
progress.
says commercial break.
That I find that pretty funny because it's just like, yep, there's ads, but it doesn't actually
Yeah.
show them.
That's free ads.
Float 4, and that might be all of this particular UI completed. It looks like for Vec 4 or Vec 3.
I think it's broken.
It like pauses on that for a while, but it eventually comes back, usually. Usually.
Hmm. Oh, you also haven't locked
The video player.
Honestly, I should be doing this from the YouTube stream instead because it doesn't have ad breaks. I think the latency on the YouTube might be slightly higher, though I can, next stream, set it to lower. Oh. I was like, why am I not
I mean,
moving?
the latency in here is already like 10 seconds at least.
Yeah. Turn off fly mode so I can actually move around. Here's the URL from this to the YouTube. Okay. See, actually, that's quite low, it seems.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, new person.
Hi.
How goes it?
Pretty good. Just got home from school, ate some cereal,
Nice.
and now I'm here.
Joining in on the experiment.
I didn't know this was an experiment, but
I mean, it's just the experiment of seeing, like, if you let random people into a room with you while you stream, does it actually work?
yeah, well, I think it works until you start getting like above the 500 mark in viewers.
Well, that's quite high. I am quite a ways from that, so...
I mean, problems will probably start to
Show after like 50 people.
Yeah.
if it's completely unmoderated like this one.
I mean, technically, I'm a moderator, like, but... Yeah, like,
Technically,
not
but you're
actively...
also coding most of the time.
Right. I don't have the quickest response time. Right, let's see. So, color picker. So Vec 3 and Vec 4 have a different different setup. Because they can represent colors. Let's see, color button. Color picker 3. Button. Well, this seems like it will just work without editing. Yeah, okay. And then if I copy this over to the other one, then just do color picker 4 instead of color picker 3.
MGUI has a color picker in it?
Yep.
Nice.
That is luckily not something I had to code from scratch. Okay, and I believe now I can nuke the rest of this. What's I'm using prop index for? I feel like I was doing that to set the ID of the thing so it actually remembers its state. Actually, no, I was using it for the change property call, which I'm no longer using, so you can just delete that.
Yippee!
Cool, and now we just do textures. And textures is... Do I have textures as a thing on... source. I do. This is a texture binding, which is an asset ID and the index of the actual binding. Okay. Just say, I guess, here, but also this needs a name field as well. Now, where do I actually set texture bindings? I know in build asset I go through the... well, I go through the texture bindings, but... I guess I really do need to make sure validate properties works. And also, validates bindings. So this definitely needs to be the fragment shader. And I think I already named it in the header file, yep. Let's see where I actually extract... well, actually, the thing was... This my old UI code. Use the actual shader bindings code. Rather than the actual material asset. Guess what I'll do here is what I did for the image views, where on start, or well, on initialization, do the asset manager. And we need to fetch the fragment shader, if there is a fragment shader. Or rather, I guess I have to block this out into the to its own thing. This isn't two asset source. We want to, there we go. Use. There we go. I want a actually no, I want this to be part of the material its source itself. I guess this would be init or validate properties, something like that. Instead of passing the fragment shader in, we'll go through the trouble of grabbing it. Async data, that's just no value. I think I do have a no value async data.
The top right window, is that a... Is the top right window a header file?
Yes.
Okay.
What was I gonna do? Right. Actually not right. Right. Async data. Oh, I didn't include it. No, it is. Async data T. I don't have it for void types. I thought I did. Did I have done void in the past? Here's what we'll do. Actually, I mean, it doesn't make much sense to put a result in here since the async data itself does store a result or a string error in it. But I just need something to put in there, I guess. Unless that will work, which you can try to get that to work. So now instead of fragment shader being that, instead we're gonna return I'm sure you've written at least one good line of code, Cade. At least one singular good line of code. Argument may not have void type. Okay. Maybe an if statement. One very clean if statement. I don't know, if statement's hard to get correct. I'm gonna doubt that.
Oh, if statement is one way to make the compiler shut up.
Like drawing stick figures. True. There we go, errors are gone, we can continue with our day. And now, what I'll do is... I guess it's the fragment shader that has the uniform buffer. Even though you're still able to use the uniform buffer and the fragment shader. So ideally a more complete version of this in the future would allow you to use both. So in here we'll put shader asset. And also the current if fragment shader? Yeah, because fragment shader is apparently the only shader I care about for now. Value empty. It'll be a good day when I actually get to do the pipelines refactor. We do just pass the value in here. And we aren't doing preview image asset or any of this. What do I have in like capture clause? Nothing. We'll throw this one in there. Aim something? Well, we'll put path in there. we need to also that, and in here alright, and then all of this code is yoinked into here after we've actually fetched the fragment shader. Then when all of that is done, anything else I need to do? Right. Need to do
I think I'm gonna go ahead and look at the
alright. Thanks
Yeah.
for hopping in though.
Yeah, I'll probably be back in an hour or so.
Alright, I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming, but if I'm still around, feel free to hop in.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Then the last thing that I want to do here in this validate properties is we need to set all the bindings. I guess I need to reference how I did that in here, the samplers. Then again, that's like the old shader asset. So I might have to like look at the old shader asset code. We do update source and abstracted. The way I did samplers was name, binding, and oh, it's literally just the name and binding. So for this, I guess I just need to do your bindings clear. And after that, we just do 4 auto thing. And fragment shader. Vector bindings? Why? Do I store bindings in shaders? In the actual shader asset? Indeed, indeed. I dug up a old channel that I used to use for background music for this stream, because I had forgotten about it for a while. So there are now 3 different channels linked in the description for music, as opposed to the 2 before. And it probably is going to grow. Okay, so this has uniforms, buffers. I don't serialize. Samplers, do I?
What are you talking about? There's still only 2 in the description in Twitch.
Wait, really? I thought I saved that. Did I
There
just
are
like
3
not
on
click save?
YouTube, there is only 2 on Twitch.
I'm seeing like a unformatted link. Why is my link formatting not working? I guess I didn't check that. Here, let me fix that real fast here. I literally copied the format of the other links, so why is this link not working? It's because I had a... Looks like I might have had a new line in there. Okay, there's actually 3 links on Twitch now. And the Twitch link isn't broken anymore. Yeah, so shader asset doesn't currently store the actual texture bindings. There's something that I wanted to do. The samplers was main binding and then a sampler. Let me look at shader source. Have I done anything different in shader source? I have shader attributes, which is just the raw saved result from this shader variable data. Okay. Call it sampler data. And then this is the binding location, name. We don't need size or anything like that. It's literally, there's just a texture sampler. Yeah, we can stick with sampler. Also need to add that to the serialize and deserialize. Serialize the samplers and serialize. Guess I define one of these operators for it. I feel like I did it a different way though. Okay, no, it was just the piping operator overloads. That should be fine. Or not. All right. That should now serialize. So here we'll go shader source CDP repeat, and then when we're building this, auto s in attributes samplers, feeder samplers, insert s name, then it's just location and then name, so we can do s name s other way around. And that works. That gives us our samplers and the binding locations are now part of our shader.
Sampler as the shader in GLSL.
Huh?
Sampler as in the sampler in GLSL.
Yes.
Or a different kind of sampler. Ah, okay.
Yeah, texture sampler. Now here I can actually go fragment shader samplers. What code was I referencing here before?
Can you not have a sampler in a vertex shader?
You can have a sampler in a vertex shader. Nothing's stopping you, but the way I'm currently writing the code, no, until like I refactor this function to be able to load both of them in.
Yeah, I'm just worried if it's gonna break it.
I don't currently use any samplers in vertex shaders, so I think we should be good.
Sure.
Window. I mean, the currently the editor is like mostly broken from this refactor already, so if this does break, I'll just come back to it.
Aren't you supposed to be fixing it now?
I am working on fixing it. Yeah. I think this will work fine because this is how the code already worked. So I'm just copying the behavior over, and then if it needs more of a refactor, I'll come back to it later on a different refactor pass.
Okay.
Image ID. Don't want to do fragment ID. Oh, wait. Wrong code. This is the one where we actually are generating default bindings. We just do texture bindings. Oh, we don't want to do texture bindings. Clear. Want to do... And I guess these... based off of, let's say, location, rather than, no, let's do name. Texture binding. Texture binding as insert. Texture binding. Value name. Value here. What? Sure, we'll just do it like that. This name is a pointer, is why it's being weird like that. Still claims that that's not. Do I need to dereference this then? Oh, okay, okay. Potentially that's what the problem was, not this. Yeah, there we go. Then we just do essentially exactly what we do here. Without all of that other default value code. Just do if binding name. This first is the name. Bindings, we'll just push that. The full texture binding. That binding. Otherwise, put down on memory allocations, we'll push that back to shared. Which means this, I can just throw the raw texture binding in there. And then this is happy as well. Whereas this will want hey, hopefully I can just pass in a default value here, and all this stuff will just work. That's not a functional style cast, it's supposed to be constructor. This should work though. Then we just push back. Happy with that, okay. So we'll do binding is equal to binding location or layout. Okay. Let's do that then. We'll definitely empty asset ID there. Then these will need to be in order, so they need to be name, ID, binding. Cool. I believe this may work. So this will clear out any non-existent ones, retain values of existing ones, and create new ones when needed. Okay. So, going all the way back to material view. Do these. The sampler name as its own thing. Don't need to parse IDs either. Just push ID bindings. Image ID is going to be equal to the or you can even do the ID then here we'll just do source, actually just binding do action binding set the and just like that. Have the potential of having a material UI. Yeah.
Oh, is it about getting ready to test?
Potentially. We'll see if it actually builds. Which it isn't.
Well, it's kinda rad.
What was the failure? It's a very small failure message. Ah. Conversion from uint to uint16. Okay, so that's in the shader source. Line 73.
Is the red text normal?
Hmm?
Is red text normal? Or is that an error?
Oh, the ignoring option
In
thing?
material view dot cpp.
Not sure. We'll just force a narrowing conversion there, and then this should stop complaining. And let's see what the other failures are. Default serializer is only implemented for trivially copyable types. Oh, is that because... No, that wouldn't be because of that. Template instantiation context. Sampler data, which I thought I find a deserializer for. Because I don't define a actual deserializer for shader asset. It's called serialize and deserialize, and then in here, like where we define our own operators, just in the this is serialized data. If I get to here. I guess I am doing my own unordered map for other types. I guess I'll have to do that here too. This will make a lot of sense. Ah, I missed this one before. Yeah. It's a new development. Okay, that should define the custom serializer that we need there. Oh, there we go. Let's see if this works. Many points of failure. So we will see.
Is it normal that Vulkan is complaining?
Yeah, that's like there's some programs that I've uninstalled that still have like Vulkan hooks and whatever Vulkan system.
Oh, some layers.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot the potentially most important step here of adding the UI, which is to actually add the UI window. Since we don't have any metadata view, I'll just comment that out. But here we'll just do views and place back, make shared material source view. Alright. Now we should actually have UI. Or at least we will try to initialize UI. Oh, build failure. Unresolved external symbol. Ah. There we go. Build succeeded. Yeah, see, it's trying to go for like TikTok Live Studio, which I do not currently have installed.
Your camera's kinda covering up most of the error.
Yeah, well, it's not an important error, so.
Yeah.
Alright, so. Oh, look at that! We don't have any properties, which is concerning, but we do have actual vertex shader, and we're able to select between them. And that is working as intended.
Select the vertex and fragment shaders independently.
Yep. I mean, there's nothing
Oh, that's
linking them
nice.
together, really.
Is
Like,
there
in the back end, they're different.
I don't know how
like-
it works in Vulkan, but in OpenGL you needed to compile them into a shader program.
Yeah, in Vulkan, you need to put them into a pipeline, but that's Vulkan's side. Like, the SPRV is two different compiled units when you pass it to it when you're making a pipeline. So it's
Ah,
entirely possible to mix and match them.
that's nice.
Yeah. So the one thing I am concerned about is the properties here not... Wait a second. I know how to solve that. Problem there is that you don't ever actually call validate properties anywhere. So I'm just going to put in the constructor so that automatically fires off whenever we instantiate that, which I believe makes sense. Maybe, maybe not. I think it does. For building the asset, we definitely want to validate properties. Oh, it's not constant. Okay. Alright, well, I'll just assume that they have been validated at some point in the past, and also we'll do it in our UI. Here, when we initialize this, we'll also do source validate properties and just get that running since it is async. Right. Oh, the 2-hour playlist is up. Let's look at this again. Oh. No menus. Oh, okay, it just took a bit. What if I try opening it again? Like looking at something else. Then it. Still no properties.
Does the shader have properties?
It has one. So it should have this color property here. Or at least it's using default. What frag did I set it to? Default frag or test frag? Set it to test frag. I should revalidate properties after changing those.
You don't have the file saved in VS Code.
Hmm?
You don't have the file saved in VS Code.
It doesn't need to be.
Okay.
Because actually, that probably means there's been changes on disk. I'm just using this as a way to visualize what was generated by the editor.
Oh.
If I go to default frag here, yeah, it has a color. Then what else was I gonna test? See what test frag looks like? Yeah, it's the exact same as the default. And what does material look like? So material, no texture bindings, no shader properties. We'll set this to revalidate properties after those are changed. Do I have this setting to log if it fails? Yes, it does log if it fails. Extension not recognized. Extension nothing not recognized. Interesting.
Well, something is null.
Yep. Here it is. Print out the full path so that you can actually debug what's trying to load in there. Hello, audio. And thank you. see if I can get it to recreate these, and if that actually gives me like a full path of what we tried to load and from where.
Where's that value thing you put in code roasting once?
Oh,
That's still in there?
potentially. I think that's in a serialization function. No, serialization, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not less important or anything.
It's probably fine.
Probably.
I mean, losing 1 bit to up or down, it's most likely gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Totally not gonna cause any instability at all.
Oh. No, that was within the UID parsing system that I had the losing the bit. Let's get the UI again. Like if I put a breakpoint in here, that doesn't get hit, so there are no properties. Means validate properties is no. Wait a second. I need to actually tell it to do the action, because I'm not putting it into the input system. That may have been the error right there.
What about the null extension thing?
This is like the undo system, and this is telling it, hey, don't wait till I put this into the undo system. Just do it right now and don't track it in the undo system. And I was forgetting to do that entirely, which means it was just generating the actions to be able to do the thing, and then not doing them.
So you were putting it detecting the properties into an undo thing.
Yeah. So texture bindings is a tracked vector, which means it's supposed to be tracked within like the undo system. So all the functions on it don't actually edit the values. It gives me things that I can pass to the undo system to track those editings of the values, and then it will, like, when I pass it to the undo system, that's when it actually gets executed. Or I can just execute it in place by calling the forward function, or like the undo, but what I guess redo.
System.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't work, I guess.
Yeah. It was definitely part of the problem, probably.
It was the first of many, probably.
Probably. I'm not using Robinhood, so I can just use contains. Drop a breakpoint just in this function to see like if this is even getting called. Re-trigger this by selecting something else and then selecting that. Waiting an eternity. There we go. So released calling validate properties, and we need to see if fetch asset actually returns anything. I'm gonna drop another breakpoint in. There, and then we'll continue.
Hear me?
Okay, it got called again. Okay, so this does get hit. Ah, okay, so the problem is that the material properties uniform isn't even being found. PRV0. This is a caching issue? Decorators aren't working, so I can't actually tell if there are values in there or not. All I know is that fragment shader has no uniforms, which means I need to actually set a breakpoint in shader source. Build asset. Throw a breakpoint into here. Oh, do I ever set the SPRV? I might not. Where do I compile? Okay, I passed in the SPRV. Delete the cache, so we were forced to rebuild this, and...
Is it working yet?
No. It looks like there was no uniforms on the actual shader itself, or the uniform we're looking for is misnamed, which I guess real quickly before going down that rabbit hole, I should check to see if frag.io, why did it put it in that box? Not Bert. We do want Frag. Material properties. Material properties. So I got the name right. We'll just double check. Yeah, that's no change. So that means this isn't finding it. Okay, let's see. Let's I just use the. Oh, right, because constant function. Okay, so we're validating properties. In the process of fetching this asset, it should try to build it. Let's trigger that. Okay, so we are now building the asset. So let's see how far we get. Get to the editor. So it does fully read the shader code. See if we can take a peek at it. Yep, there it is. And now that's compiled. So it compiled successfully. Means the shader SPRV shouldn't be empty. It looked like it was empty before. I don't fully trust the debugger. So
That's an issue.
yeah. I just don't trust it when it comes to like stuff like this, where like because I know the decorators or the not decorators formatters for types aren't working, so I can't fully trust it telling me like the size is 0, even though occasionally works. Because like these first and last variables are different.
Which window are you looking at?
So I'm looking at the my first and my last, this is a C standard library, so I don't know why they're calling it my first and my last. But you can see like
Don't question it.
the first and end pointers are different, so that tells me that there might be something in the actual a fair bit of data in the actual vector is my assumption, and it's not actually 0.
Which vector is that?
The compiled SPRV or SPR5 from the shader.
Ah.
So now we try to extract the attributes. What I really want to see is if any uniforms get inserted. Because the current problem I was having is that the material wasn't finding any uniforms with the correct name. Okay, so it is inserting 1. Let's see what U is. Oh, here we go. Material properties. So it looks like material properties is in fact getting inserted into this uniform array or map.
Data holding thing.
Then back here in material asset source validate properties. What we want to make sure is that we don't end up in here. So we're trying to find that singular uniform that we just watched get put into the list. But yet... Oh, wait a second, I said not equal. It's if uniform equals end, then it doesn't exist. That's a skill issue on my part.
Gotta love the condition statement.
Can we just delete the breakpoints? Yeah. Okay.
Wait, what does it say?
It's just an
Debugger.
assertion.
What?
Yep. This means I hit an actual assert. So here, let me click retry there so it
Ah.
pops up in the debugger. We're getting closer. Took a hot minute because it was trying to decompile the disassembly.
Decompile the disassembly.
Ah, it's annoyed because I put a null pointer into a shared. It's good. I want it to do that. Never mind, it's less good. Wait a second. This is using the default constructor. T value is... this will tell me. A material asset source property variable.
Huh?
Here to type basic string. My question is, why are we using this constructor in a default constructor when an actual default constructor is right there? And it would initialize this to an actual default value.
Are you passing something as a parameter?
Nope, because this is getting called from within this default constructor. And that's, for some reason, passing this, like that. Like, yes, a solution to this would just be to, instead of literally just do that, and now force it to use an actual default constructor. Same error. How?
Still coding the wrong thing?
Yeah, for some reason it's intent on using this constructor. Which, like, a solution to this I could do is...
Delete it?
Well, not delete the assert. The entire point of this class is that it's a wrapper for shared pointer that makes sure it's not null. So deleting the assert would, like, defeat the entire purpose of the entire class.
No, I meant just get rid of the constructor, that's wrong.
This particular constructor, actually, yeah. I was unsure. I was actually uncertain about having this constructor in the first place, because it can result in implicit casts when you don't want them. And I guess that is a justification to delete it.
But you should probably still get to the root cause, just in case.
Well, the root cause is... I'm blaming C++ for this one.
Well, you probably just need to abuse the compiler a bit more.
Potentially could abuse it a little bit more. Or I could just delete the constructor I was already thinking about deleting. Okay, build failed. Probably because somewhere I'm doing an implicit cast. Which I'll just have to make implicit, or explicit. Yep. Get all the way to editor CPV, that bodes well though. Honestly, I thought there was going to be a lot more errors than that.
Don't ask questions when gifts are given. That's only one error. This is back in editor CPP. And my... ah, yeah, I forgot. Cool, it's working. Nice.
Potentially. the build is working. Is the build working? That is the next question.
Ninja field? No.
Okay. For a second I was scared that it was failing to
Something's
even
broken.
open the project. Oh. Okay.
Ah, still broken.
Same bug, but we deleted the assert, so it shouldn't be the same bug. Okay, now it's shared pointer.
But why is the pointer null in the first place?
Yeah. Wait a second. This might be a self-foot gun. Material set. Yep. There it is.
Why is it null pointer?
Because I don't want to initialize a default string just to override it the first time I use it.
That sounds like a micro optimization.
Kind of is. But I can fix it by just changing this to be that. And it shouldn't
Whatever
break
that
any of
is.
my other code. I mean, having this be a pointer is a micro optimization in the first point. Because it gets copied so often, I don't want to copy the string everywhere.
Yeah, different error.
That shouldn't be possible. I mean, it's entirely possible, but hopefully this isn't from the same exact thing. It's not.
I mean, it's progress. I
Maybe.
think.
Is this complaining that it can't insert values into the list? What's the value of index?
There are lists in C++. But there was a vector.
Yeah, that's not a valid index value for inserting the first to an empty list. Yep. Okay,
That
let's
looks
see.
garbage.
Yep. Let's see, insert. Yeah, I pass in an index there. So I'll put a breakpoint there, and then erase. Guess I'll put an index there too. Wait a second. If I do size -1, that's unsigned long max value, isn't it? Oh, do I just want it?
Like 999 or something? I mean the limit of a long.
Well, no. The max value of an unsigned long or a 64-bit, I guess, is this, or maybe that's the. Not sure.
Google it.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like that to me.
Indeed.
So the problem was an underflow error. So I guess I would assume. Yeah.
Just slap a new statement in there, it's probably fine.
No, I think my index was off by 1. I was thinking like, oh, I want to insert behind whatever element, so -1, but if size is 0, then the index to insert at is 0, and I guess if size is 2, the index to insert at is 2. I may have overthought myself. But the insert means that the validation was actually working. Not micro-optimization, misunderstanding of the insert command, more likely. If I go to, actually, yeah, because if I do insert and then the end iterator, that would make sense to insert at the end. And the end iterator is 1 past the last element, so yeah. Well, it didn't crash, I think.
It's still broken.
It might have hit a breakpoint. I'm gonna say that I hit a breakpoint. I did hit a breakpoint. The index is 0. That is a better breakpoint. Hey.
Oh, nice.
So now we have properties. Real quickly, let's test if I were to go.
Yeah, do a bit more testing before you say you have properties now.
Let's.
Watch there be 10 more errors.
Let's see. Why is this paused? Did I hit another breakpoint? I don't have breakpoints. Oh.
BRB.
No implementation of serializer for what type? It looks like just string and a shared pointer. Wait a second. Oh. I go up the call stack here. That's because name. Is this right? Yeah, if it's right, we'll say if name can be null. It shouldn't be null. I have a serializer for shared types, but I don't have a serializer for shared pointers. What editor are you using? This is NeoVim inside Windows PowerShell.
So what's broken now?
Uncertain yet. We're waiting for it to restart.
Yeah.
See how long it takes to load. Or
I
not.
think you have some optimizations to be done.
Yeah, they're
Or bug fixing.
mostly bug fixing. Let me check with material currently. Ah.
Say null.
Could come up with a way to. I mean, it shouldn't assert it's null. Oh. Form type is object name. He's complaining about prop var itself being null. Oh, I guess I forgot my, like, usual... Serializer error. That will at least give us the, Now, regardless
maybe
from that
something.
error. Yeah. Because this should be an object. Shader properties, vertex shader properties. Unless they spelt it differently in both cases.
Oh, even...
Seems fine.
my
Anyway,
eyes
we
are
should just get a
hurting. How can you
console
write
output.
this?
Okay, so it opens. Of course, it doesn't get errors from while we were starting up. So let's see if there was any red text. Yeah, failed to open. But that's just more Vulkan stuff. Well, no errors once we implemented that correctly, so yeah. I open the material asset? Expecting object but found an array. Okay. Is this a problem with not the serializer of properties, but the serializer for tracked vector? Specifically read, what do I put in here? Ah! I was trying to read the array as one of the properties of the array. So I was serializing correctly, but not deserializing correctly. So fun when you do like a giant refactor, and then you're like finally using every single factor, like thing that you built for that refactor, and all of it is indeed, you know it, Eric. And then like you find out all the parts of the what you built that are broken, that were like almost working, but still very, very, very much broken.
It is a lovely feeling.
So much broken, and then so much not broken. Okay, let's see if this will. Ooh! Hey, that worked! And it saved the color that we set it to. Let's set this to like blue. Or, no, like a purple. Green. I like green. If that wasn't abundantly obvious. Save that.
Jesus
and
Christ,
then
decided.
do. Come on, let me restart the thing so I can test it. There we go. So that's pretty much fully working.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what all properties do you have now?
Yeah, so now, like, material properties are working. The next thing I wanted to check was make sure texture bindings were working. Which I can't fully test, but I can test the UI for it. Because we would need actual material, like, source, not material, mesh sources and assembly sources and all of those things before it would actually work. But, and we would be able to see it in the scene view again. But what we can test is going into the fragment shader. That's the vertex shader. And then checking, I think it's just sampler 2D.
Isn't it just sampler 2 without the D?
I think it is just sampler 2D. Then I might need to click away, then click back onto it for that to pop up. Nope. I don't really have a way for changes in the file system to like pop up there. How was I doing it before? I think I was like checking for changes. Just like actively. So the reloading system is broken, so that's something I'm going to need to fix. I'll just restart and see if the next time I load it, it works.
Is there no way for you to exit a project?
No, not at the moment. Okay. And no textures. Is it going correctly? Is this even using test frag? Or default frag? It is using default frag. Do not compile shader. Sampler 2D. Okay, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Oh, it has to be a uniform. Okay. Layout binding. Ah, right. Actually, I have, like, PBR shaders I can just look at that I've coded. There we go. So now that successfully compiled. So there we can see, or can we? Inputs, outputs, uniforms, buffers. I guess since I didn't have the samplers property, I need to add that to the UI. We'll do that. Textures, image views. It do be a freaky looking Unity.
Unity Green Edition.
Yup.
I mean, you got the loading times down, now I just need to get the rest of the engine.
Yup. Oh, the loading times are gonna go down a lot too once I get the actual multi-threading framework in. The pipeline system. That's why I keep going, oh, the pipeline system. The pipeline system. Solve all my problems. Oh, I don't want the image. I wanted the... I was like, why doesn't this code look like the code I wanted? Just because I wanted shader views, CPP, not image views. There we go. I want source attributes. And then, not buffers, samplers? Yeah, samplers. Okay, so still not showing up there. But we are seeing samplers over here now, so that is correct. I wonder what's going on here. If I save the material, what does it look like? Yeah, bindings is still empty. Go through all the samplers. Honestly, this should do it. Like, fragment shader should have samplers in it. If this is in fact the fragment shader and I didn't accidentally do the vertex shader. Which, if I did accidentally do the vertex shader, we wouldn't have the color showing up correctly. And we do have the color showing up correctly, so I think it is the correct shader. For some reason, fragment shader sampler. Wait. Maybe. It's possible that I'm not populating samplers when I do. No, when I build the shader, I do build that, but since I do, right now the caching on the engine is very broken, like to the point where I should probably just turn it off until I actually.
And what isn't very broken?
That's a good point. Come on, there's no errors. Okay. Quote, there's no errors. This should... Well, I guess it has it in memory, so it won't reload it. Probably. Actually, if everything's working correctly... No! The asset manager would still have a hold on it. I'm gonna need to wipe it from memory since I don't have hot reloading currently broken.
Is the squirrely bracket on the 9th line in the correct place? Don't you do them on the second lines? No.
So my cursor was...
You got
Yeah, these are on the correct lines
three
because they're for
down.
this for loop.
Oh.
Okay, so this is... correctly adding the sampler. And did I remove the breakpoint on... No, I didn't. Oh, it's working. Okay, so it was the caching that was broken. So yeah, if we look at the actual editor, yeah, there's our textures.
Nice.
Cool. So aside from everything that's broken, that's working. the features we intended to get working. The features we intended to get working are working. Don't worry about that.
So each sampler is gonna show up as a texture input on the inspector?
Yep. And that's how like
Yeah.
it worked before this refactor too.
Congratulations, you have made 0 progress.
Yup. In fact, I've regressed in progress. However, the intellectual ordering of the assets makes a lot more sense now, even if they're a lot less utility than they were before I started the refactor. It will eventually be better. It will eventually be much better.
I mean, if it helps you fall asleep at night, sure.
Let's have this on actual code. Save the workspace. Alright, I'm... gonna go eat lunch. But this was a good stream. Got a lot done, and the the stream from VR thing managed to not blow up. So I'm happy about that. So yeah, I guess until next time, I'll see you guys around.
See ya.
Yeah. Let's see, order of operation.